Have you ever opened your eyes in the morning with a clear, brilliant idea, or with the feeling that something inside you has changed? That doesn't happen by chance. It is the sign that your subconscious has been acting in silence, protecting the invisible seeds of abundance and stirring possibilities that in the light of day seemed beyond your reach. What you are about to discover may surprise you. Every thought, every emotion you hold before going to bed becomes the delicate material of that hidden workshop where the universe begins to shape your reality. And here is the key, because this is not just a poetic image, but a living and real process, a veiled mechanism that unfolds for you each time you surrender to sleep. Stay with me until the end, because understanding how this nocturnal sanctuary operates can forever transform the way you look at your nights and above, all the way you embrace each new dawn. Pause and feel it. When you close your eyes, you are not stepping away from life. You are entering the secret factory of creation, a realm where your longings merge with the energy of the infinite spirit. And in that encounter, what once seemed unreachable begins to take shape with an unexpected sweetness, as if every breath you take while you sleep were a gesture of faith that opens paths that cannot yet be seen. You can feel the intensity of this truth. You are not alone before your dreams. The universe has already prepared a feast of provision, and night after night, while your conscious mind switches off your inner world, quietly takes care of receiving it. This vision invites us to look differently at the moment of going to bed, not as an ending, but as the beginning of a sacred journey toward manifestation. And the most beautiful part is that the more lucid your awareness of this process becomes, the greater your ability to direct it toward what you wish to see blossom in your life. I want us to go even deeper into this topic, because in that subtle strip between wakefulness and sleep, there are secrets capable of completely renewing your way of manifesting. Picture for a moment the unease of going to bed with your head full of financial worries, endlessly going over the bills that seem to never end, and waking up the next day feeling that something inside has softened, that what last night felt like a rigid wall has now been transformed into doors half open. Has this ever happened to you? That unexpected serenity is not the result of chance or of a simple mental trick. It is the silent sign of a spiritual law that is set into motion when your consciousness falls asleep and the subconscious becomes the stage of revelations. What you experience in those moments is a gentle reminder that there is a hidden order, a higher system that operates beyond your conscious control. While you believe you are merely resting, a deep process of transformation is being woven, as if behind the curtain in your own mind, the scene for the next chapter of your story were being set up. In that state, what felt distant fits into place with ease, because when you close your eyes, doubt and resistance fade away. It is then that abundance finds a way to enter, freed at last from the judgments and fears that block it. It is as if, night after night, and without being fully aware of it, you sealed an agreement with life to allow provision to pour toward you without obstacles. The conscious mind, so busy with calculations and fears during the day, grows still in the dark, and it is then that your subconscious opens completely clearly, picking up vibrations that were previously lost in the noise of your thoughts. That fertile soil receives impressions, images, and possibilities that later blossom as unexpected answers. You might notice them in a revealing dream, in an intuition that appears the moment you wake up, or in that calm certainty that leads you to choose with a renewed confidence. Abundance begins to make itself known in this way first as an inner vibration that transforms the way you look at reality before showing up in your visible surroundings. And at that point, the hidden truth is revealed. It is not the external context that limits your possibilities, but what your subconscious accepts as true during those hours in which wakefulness is suspended. This movement is a silent journey, a gentle yet extraordinarily powerful impact that takes place every night, almost without you realizing it. What you go through makes it clear that your life is not built only with what you think consciously, but with what you allow to be planted in that invisible ground that is your innermost inner world. Allowing that energy to act in you is like letting go of the helm and discovering that the river knows the way, even when you believed you were lost in the dark. And I want us to keep going deeper, because what happens in that space of stillness has effects that go far beyond what we usually imagine, and opens the door to learning how to consciously guide that power that until now seemed to manifest by surprise. Before continuing, declare within yourself or in your notes, "This makes sense to me." Imagine for a moment that each night when you close your eyes, you are not only giving your body over to rest, but also surrendering to a place where the invisible takes form and what seemed impossible begins to gently rearrange itself in your favor. Sleep is not only about switching off the light of consciousness and allowing the hours to pass until dawn. Sleep is entering a secret stage where the deepest scenes of your own story are played out. While the noise of the world fades, your inner self lights up and connects with the eternal. And it is there that abundance appears as the guest of honor, patiently waiting for you to make way for it. It is as if every night your spirit received an invitation to a hidden banquet, a feast where everything you long for is already set out for you, prepared with love, waiting to be received without resistance. This is the sacred appointment. I am talking about an intimate encounter with true wealth, not only the kind that can be measured in numbers, but the kind that touches every aspect of your life, from inner serenity to the unexpected opportunities that open with the new day. And what is truly surprising about this nocturnal journey is that the words you hear before or during your rest are transformed into seeds sown in the most fertile soil you could imagine. Your subconscious, when you allow affirmations of abundance to caress your mind while you sleep, takes what during the day seemed like just a repeated phrase and turns it into a solid certainty within you. It is as if every word filled with intention worked as a secret code, rewriting the invisible lines that shape the way you relate to money and to life as a whole. In this way, expressions such as "wealth flows to me with ease" do not remain on the surface, but descend into the depths, becoming convictions, new inner realities that inevitably end up manifesting in your outer world. The subconscious does not argue, does not evaluate or waver. It simply receives, stores, and sets in motion everything you hand over to it. That is why what you decide to plant in it is so decisive, because sooner or later, that seed ends up manifesting. If you look closely, it is very similar to the moment when you update the system on your phone or computer. During the day, your conscious mind can be filled with noise, fears, and beliefs that hold you back. But in the calm of sleep, it is as if your soul installed new software, one that deactivates old codes of lack and makes space for programs of abundance and freedom to begin operating. And now I long to go even deeper, because what takes place in those hours of silence goes far beyond a simple mental process. It is an encounter with the source that sustains all creation. And understanding this transforms the way you look at your nights and your mornings. When you realize that your subconscious mind does not distinguish between what happens outside and what you intensely imagine, you discover that you hold one of the most powerful keys to transform your life. It is like possessing an invisible stage on which every image you project ends up becoming a concrete experience. It does not matter if wealth is already reflected in your bank account, or if for now you only visualize it in detail as you surrender to sleep. In this way, the affirmation "I am abundance" ceases to be a mere empty echo and starts rebuilding the invisible walls of your experience, attracting circumstances that once seemed impossible. Florence Scovel. Shin understood this law long before modern science tried to explain it. She viewed sleep as a sacred sanctuary where the soul speaks directly with universal laws. It is not about waiting for miracles in a passive way, but about giving conscious instruction to the source that never fails. From this perspective, sleep ceases to be just a biological process of recovery and becomes the most meaningful encounter with your own destiny. Each night is like opening a portal to a higher level of consciousness, a stage on which your thoughts become decrees, and those decrees, tangible experiences. That is why great transformations in the way we think do not always require long hours of effort and wakefulness, but small, consistent habits before sleeping, like someone who lights a soft lamp in the middle of the night. What you place in your mind in those final moments becomes the silent compass that guides your day, your week, and even your entire year. Here lies the difference between the one who merely waits and the one who chooses to arrange their reality. The one who waits trusts that something external might change. The one who arranges understands that the source of wealth responds to their vibration, to the clarity with which they declare what they deserve. And when you close your eyes with the conviction that you are already living that abundance, the universe responds in harmony. All that once seemed distant begins to move toward you as if an invisible magnet were calling it. This process, far from being an illusion, is the natural consequence of how the mind works. Everything you repeat with emotion becomes fixed in the deepest layers of your being, and what is inscribed in the depths ends up manifesting in your outer reality. It is a path of silent transformation of intimate decisions that later turn into visible results. And I want to go even further into this, because if the subconscious receives without resistance, it also means that everything you hand over to it, whether abundance or scarcity, will be planted there as a truth. And this is where the deepest revelation begins. When you understand that it is not about asking with fear, but about expressing yourself with the certainty of someone who knows that life responds, something fundamental shifts within you. It is like the difference between someone who begs before a locked door and someone who crosses the threshold calmly with the awareness that that space already belongs to them. Many people pray from uncertainty with a quiet doubt in their voice, with the restlessness of not knowing whether they will be heard. Yet the truth that few dare to embrace is that the universe does not respond to the fragility of pleading. but to the clarity of command. That firmness is not arrogance, it is alignment. It is the vibration of a mind that already recognizes itself as one with the source, that has stopped asking for permission to receive that which rightfully belongs to it. And there we find the key point. What you declare in that state does not remain hanging aimlessly. It becomes guidance for your destiny. Every phrase you utter before sleeping is not a casual act nor an empty echo. It is a seed cast into the fertile soil of the invisible. And the invisible always germinates when it receives a clear instruction. If you repeat with conviction, "I am abundance, I am fullness, I am prosperity," you are not expressing a simple desire. You are establishing a command in the quantum field. Your words shine like small lights that cross the silence of the night and descend to the most fertile ground you possess, your subconscious. In that realm, there is no debate, no resistance, no wall of any kind. Everything that enters there is transformed into root and fruit. You can see it as a secret garden, where each nighttime thought falls like a seed of light, and the entire universe acts as a loving gardener who nourishes it with the glow of the stars and with the very energy of life. You do not need to force or control anything, only to sow from a serene certainty. And while you sleep, the quiet essence of the eternal works in your favor. Behind the curtain on a plane, your eyes cannot see, but whose effect you will recognize in the nuances of your waking life. Sometimes we believe that authentic transformation only happens through enormous shifts, drastic decisions, or changes that are immediately noticeable. However, the deeper truth is that the most transcendent miracles are born in the invisible, in those brief phrases you deposit each night. When you least expect it, what once seemed distant begins to take shape, and suddenly, you wake up in a life that reflects exactly what your mind established as decree. Nothing happens by pure chance. Everything responds to the mark of that nighttime sowing. That is why every affirmation that slips from your lips before you surrender to sleep is something much deeper than a simple mental exercise. It is a declaration of power, a way of directing your reality from the serene yet firm authority of your consciousness in harmony. In this way, when you understand that your life is not an accident, but part of a design that was already sketched in your story, something within you rearranges itself irreversibly. It is no coincidence that you are now encountering these words. Everything responds to an invisible dance that unfolds beyond what your eyes can hold. Every encounter, every word, every moment in which your heart opens to a new idea is part of that secret map that life gently spreads out. And the most moving thing is that this map has been there all along, waiting for your gaze to discover it, waiting for your mind to align with what already exists on a more delicate plane. Can you sense that even the falls, the silences and the pauses you lived as losses, were in reality necessary readjustments so that something new could arise? Seen in this light, even the strongest challenges become signs that the ground of your life was being turned over for something greater, like the soil that is gently loosened to receive a seed. That seed is your abundance, and all that work of removing stones and old roots was not a punishment, but a silent preparation, so that what you now sow can grow without obstacles. Bring to mind all those times you asked for something, and it did not manifest when you expected it, or it took longer than your patience was willing to accept. Today, you can look at your past and realize that had it arrived earlier, you would not have had the maturity needed to sustain it. That apparent delay was life refining your strength, shaping your character, and expanding your capacity to receive. Nothing was wasted, nothing was in vain. What seemed like absence was in truth a process of gestation. What you perceived as emptiness was a space opening for something broader. It is as if the universe had been preparing an entire stage for you, adjusting the lights, arranging each piece, strengthening your metal, so that when abundance appeared, it would not be fleeting, but firm, stable, and lasting. And in this, something essential is revealed. The delays were not signs of rejection, but quiet preparation. Each frustration was a hidden teacher, each challenge a test meant to awaken in you a deeper trust. If you can look at your experiences from within this hidden truth, you will understand that you were never outside the flow, but always a living part of it. Now I want to go even deeper into this aspect, because behind that apparent waiting, there is a dynamic that once you grasp it, dissolves anxiety and aligns you with what truly belongs to you. And before moving forward, repeat to yourself or write the phrase, "I am also on this path." It is not by chance that you feel something shifting inside you right now. It is life reminding you that there was never a true denial toward you, but a loving pause so that you could recognize what was always meant to be yours. Linger on this idea for a moment. When you lift your eyes to the night sky and see thousands of stars shining, none of them needs to compete in order to radiate its light. Each one occupies its place in the firmament and shines effortlessly. In the same way, the abundance that bears your name already exists in a reserved space without rivals, without lack, without struggle or conflict. What has happened is that perhaps out of habit or fear, you had not allowed yourself to reach out with firmness to take what already belongs to you. That vibration of prosperity remains intact, awaiting the moment in which your consciousness recognizes it as its own and calls it forth with confidence. The universe does not act as a judge who hands out prizes, nor as a gatekeeper who blocks doors. It is a stage that returns with precision what you authorize yourself to believe. That is why every time an idea of lack sown in your childhood, in your cultural environment, or in past experiences slips into your mind, it functions like a veil that clouds the clear vision of your abundance. This does not mean that spiritual, emotional, or material wealth disappears, but that your gaze becomes blurred and you stop perceiving what has always been at your disposal. It is like entering a room full of treasures while wearing a blindfold. Everything is there prepared for you, but the bandage of inherited beliefs makes you stumble instead of allowing you to walk firmly. Many of those ideas did not even arise from your own heart. They came to you through phrases, advice, or warnings that echoed ancient fears from previous generations. Perhaps you heard that money is scarce, that opportunities are few, that life is made to be endured and not enjoyed. And although those seeds did not originate in you, they sprouted in your mind as if they were absolute truths, raising invisible walls that kept you from seeing your natural inheritance of prosperity. However, here appears the revelation that changes the course of your path. Those walls are not built of stone or metal, but of air, of shadows that vanish when you choose to look at them with courage. And remember that nothing born of fear has the authority to decide your destiny. The astonishing thing about all this is that deep silence, like that moment before sleep when the mind grows still, can undo inner structures that once seemed indestructible. In that intimate space where the voice of the past goes quiet and only your essence linked with the divine remains, the fantasies of scarcity collapse without struggle. And when those walls fade, what emerges is not something unknown, but that which was always meant to be yours. True freedom arises when you recognize that abundance was never separate from you. It was simply waiting in silence behind the curtain of beliefs that did not belong to you. Allow yourself to see this process as a journey of exploration, not as a battle, because you are not fighting enemies. You are removing veils that were hiding your true essence. And every time you dismantle a limiting belief, it is as if the stage of your life lit up a bit more, revealing opportunities, encounters, and paths that already existed, even though you did not notice them before. Now, I want to go even deeper into this aspect because understanding how those inner structures collapse and how to make room for new ideas is essential to sustaining the transformation you are experiencing, right in your heart or in your notes. This makes sense to me. In the calm of the night, something happens that we rarely notice yet. It has a deep impact on our lives. While you sleep, the outer world dissolves, and along with it, the masks, tensions, and noises that you hold during the day begin to soften. In that silence, the walls you raised without realizing it start to melt like ice sculptures under an invisible sun. Everything you were taught about, all those phrases repeated in your childhood and engraved in the deepest part of your mind, begin to fade in that sacred realm. The wonderful thing is that while the body surrenders to rest, your mind becomes fertile ground, ready to welcome new seeds. It is as if in those hours, a hidden door opened direct access to the backstage of your own story, where you can rewrite memories and codes that shape the way you see abundance. That is why what you choose to allow into your consciousness right before sleep is so crucial. Every word you agree to hear, every thought you hold, vibrates like a frequency that rests within you, slowly watering an invisible garden unseen by the eyes, yet defining the harvest of your whole life. Each vibration nourishes what you do not yet see blooming, and even if you do not notice it instantly, little by little something inside you begins to change. Your way of thinking shifts the way you look at opportunities, and even the decisions you make when facing challenges. That silent metamorphosis takes place without conflict, because the sleeping mind does not resist, does not argue, it simply receives. It is as if a window were left slightly open, and a gentle breeze slipped in unannounced, renewing everything with tenderness. Understanding this hands you a key of great power, because each night you can choose whether you allow your mind to be fed by the leftovers of fear and worry, or whether you decide to nourish it with frequencies that awaken your abundance. Here I want to pause for a moment, because behind this gesture that seems so simple lies an important truth. What you sow in the silence of sleep becomes the invisible root of your future. And now I wish to go even deeper into this subject, because understanding how those seeds become tangible realities is what will allow you to consciously use this power that has always lived within you. And as we continue moving forward in this exploration, declare to yourself, I am sowing abundance. Imagine for a moment that each night is not only a space of physical rest, but a silent rite in which your mind opens like a portal to invisible worlds. As the body surrenders to sleep, consciousness slips into states where the border between what is possible and what is impossible becomes almost transparent. In that place, affirmations of abundance cease to be phrases repeated mechanically to become keys that fit perfectly into the locks of your subconscious activating processes that the ancients called miracles. What they saw as magic can today be observed from the perspective of neuroscience. Each phrase you pronounce, each vibration you repeat with gentleness, is deposited in that mirror as if stars were being engraved into a dark sky. And it is precisely there that true transformation is born. The subconscious does not distinguish what is real from what it receives as word or planted intention. It simply accepts it as truth and begins building your reality from it. It is comforting to see that what was once considered a marvel now has a clear explanation. Night brain, waves theta and delta, act as portals to a receptivity without limits, whereas in wakefulness, the mind analyzes doubts and questions. In that depth, by contrast, it welcomes everything without obstacles, like a river flowing freely until it meets the sea. For this reason, affirmations of abundance before sleeping are not a mechanical habit, but an act of conscious programming, very similar to writing the script of your own life on an invisible parchment. And the most beautiful thing is that this programming does not remain lost in the void, but begins to show itself in your daily life, in the decisions you make, in the way you recognize opportunities, and in that quiet confidence that accompanies you without your knowing exactly where it comes from. It is as if a hidden director stood behind the curtain guiding every scene of your play. But that director is none other than yourself, manifesting through the words you sowed in the intimacy of the night. Now, I want to go even deeper along this path, because understanding how your sleeping mind receives these imprints is only the beginning of a broader revelation, one that connects with the backstage of the transformation you have been weaving in silence. As we continue, imagine your mind as an ancient scroll filled with phrases written over time. Some come from your lineage, others were engraved by society, and many bear the mark of fear and scarcity. Every word inscribed there has shaped the way you look at money, opportunities, and even what you believe you deserve. Now contemplate the power of writing a new sentence on that same scroll each night, not with just any ink, but with affirmations of abundance that function as seals of a hidden truth that has always been there. The beautiful thing is that your subconscious does not resist while you sleep, because in that plane, there are no inner debates, no judgments, no doubts, only a pure openness that transforms words into real experiences. Repeating these declarations while your brain rests is like gently sculpting the rock of your identity, softening old cracks and giving shape to structures that are firm, stable, and full of beauty. It is a silent yet steady movement, because everything you place each night in that fertile ground ends up becoming visible results in your everyday life. The value of this process lies in the fact that it is not a passing trick, but a deep reprogramming that science has begun to acknowledge as neuroplasticity. Each repetition is an electrical spark that opens a new path. Each affirmation is an impulse that strengthens an inner trail. And those paths, once activated night after night, cease to be mere traces and become true neural highways. And what travels along those highways are no longer thoughts of scarcity, but certainties of abundance that guide your decisions almost without your noticing. It is as if suddenly your life began to move to the rhythm of a different melody because the score inside you has been replaced. And here, something even deeper is revealed. Wealth does not begin with the bills you hold in your hands, but with the seed you guard in your mind. When you transform what is written within you, doors open on the outside because you begin to recognize opportunities where before you only saw obstacles. You start choosing from trust rather than fear, and little by little, what once seemed distant becomes a natural part of your everyday reality. The beautiful thing about this journey is that you do not need to wrestle hand to hand with decades of limiting beliefs. It is enough to write over them night after night until the old dissolves beneath the new. Just as an artist can transform a dark canvas by applying successive layers of color, your mind can also cover the shadows with light. And the truly surprising thing is that this act of quiet repetition, which many underestimate for seeming too simple, is the same mechanism that has shaped the most influential identities in history, the consistent practice that ultimately becomes destiny. And I want to go even deeper into this, because if every phrase you repeat while you sleep can erase patterns of lack and write prosperity, then we are dealing with a power that goes far beyond the financial realm. It is a deep reconstruction of your inner universe. Imagine for a moment that everything you now perceive as limits, debts, or red numbers is only the visible part of a much deeper stage one that almost no one takes the time to look at. That surface is like a curtain, hiding a secret stage, and behind it runs a golden, inexhaustible river that never stops. No matter if there is crisis, inflation, or uncertainty outside, that current continues its course in silence, intact, waiting for the one who dares to look beyond the appearance of economic chaos. The astonishing thing is that most people walk right over that river without even suspecting it, because their attention remains trapped in the scarcity they repeat every day like a mantra. It is like walking barefoot over solid ground, convinced that it is only rock when in reality beneath it pulses a living ocean of infinite resources. The human mind, trained for years in fear and mistrust, ends up getting used to seeing only what is repeated in the news, in conversations, and in accumulating bills, and thus it overlooks the hidden truth. Abundance never disappeared. The only thing that changes is the way it is perceived. Just as one person can look at the sky and see nothing but gray clouds, while another in the same moment discerns shapes, tones, and beauty in that very same landscape. And if you contemplate it calmly, is that not what happens with those who seem to enjoy endless good fortune? From the outside, people think they are privileged or were born under a lucky star. But in reality, they learn to move in that golden river that we all walk over without noticing. While some exhaust themselves chasing money they feel is scarce, others allow themselves to be held by the current of abundance and let that very flow carry them where they need to be. That is the great shift in focus. It is not about manufacturing prosperity, but recognizing it. It is like entering an ancient archive and discovering that the most valuable document was kept there all along, waiting for someone with enough courage to open it. Prosperity is not a prize awaiting you in some future day. It is a present truth that activates only when your mind allows itself to trust in it. That is why affirmations repeated at night possess such power, your unconscious, free from distractions and defenses, begins to listen and receive new instructions that lead it directly to that inexhaustible river. Inscribing phrases of abundance inside you while you sleep is like opening floodgates in the midst of a drought, letting water travel through territories that once seemed barren. And I want to go even deeper into this aspect, because recognizing that you walk upon inexhaustible currents of richness is only the beginning of a much deeper journey. Imagine for a moment that everything you have ever desired has always been right in front of you, not as a distant goal demanding excessive effort, but as a silent current that never stopped flowing. The most common mistake is believing that wealth is manufactured, that it must be built from scratch like a brick wall raised through sweat and sacrifice. However, the hidden truth is much simpler and at the same time more powerful. Abundance is not created, it is revealed. It has been present since before your first breath, vibrating at the very frequency that sustains life, waiting for you to pause and feel it. When you close your senses to external noise and allow your inner sight to awaken you, understand that you do not have to chase anything, because you are already in the river. It is like standing on a stage filled with spotlights, believing everything is in darkness only because you never chose to open your eyes. In that instant, what once seemed far away becomes clear. There is no struggle, only a calm recognition. Yet something particular happens, although this river exists for everyone. Not everyone allows themselves to immerse in it. The mind, with its fears and doubts, acts like a jealous guardian that raises invisible walls. Those walls are called worry, scarcity, insecurity, and almost without noticing, you can spend years turning in the same place, convinced that abundance is a privilege for a few. But when the time for sleep comes, when the body surrenders to rest and the mind lets go of its defenses, those walls melt away. In that space where thoughts no longer insist and the urge to control softens, the current enters with strength. Their ideas are born that you had not perceived during the day. Their unexpected revelations arise that redirect your choices. Their possibilities are lit that seemed hidden beneath the weight of routine. It is as if in sleep, the soul rediscovered the path the mind had forgotten. And I am not speaking only of dreams in the literal sense, but also of those moments when you choose to let go of control, to stop fighting against what you cannot change, and to trust that there is a greater force that sustains you. From that state, everything begins to reorder itself. What once seemed a dead-end alley turns into a new possibility. What hurt yesterday becomes the impulse to keep going. What you previously felt was far away now begins to feel close. It is as if the river found any small opening through which to enter and remind you that you never left its course. Abundance does not depend on secret formulas or complicated methods. It is an inner transformation that begins the moment you recognize what is already present in your life. And the more you allow that understanding to grow, the easier it becomes to leave behind the rigidity of forced effort and enter into a constant flow of creativity without struggle and without exhaustion. Now, I want to go even deeper into this topic because what happens behind these veils of the mind directly touches the way you live, the choices you make, and what you allow yourself to manifest. And before we go on, I want to offer you something very simple. Write in your heart or in your notes the phrase, "I am ready to open my inner eyes." Within you, there is a place that you rarely reach consciously, an intimate sanctuary that is not made of walls or stone, but of silent certainty and living energy. Doubts that make so much noise on the surface cannot enter there, nor can the thoughts that argue over whether you are enough or whether you deserve something. In that secret chamber, more authentic than any object you can touch, abundance is not questioned, not chased, and not put on trial. It simply is. It is like an invisible temple you enter without opening any door, just by closing your eyes and allowing yourself to feel. And then you understand that nothing you pursue outside makes real sense if you do not first acknowledge it within. That sanctuary is neither a dream nor a fantasy, but a hidden truth that has always been waiting for your return, as if you had left your own home on pause, and upon coming back, everything fell into place again. The most surprising thing is that inside that space, the words you speak do not have the same weight they do in everyday life. There, they are not phrases that dissolve in the air. They are decrees full of authority vibrations that expand like ripples on water, carrying a clear command that the universe receives without resistance. Every word spoken from that sacred state becomes a key, and each key opens doors that once seemed definitively closed. It is as if language itself became light, and as you speak, that light traced invisible paths that guide opportunities to you. Here, a great revelation emerges. When you speak from mental noise, your words become tangled, contradict themselves, and lose strength. But when you express yourself from that inner sanctuary, the echo you generate is so profound that it feels as though creation itself is responding to you. Imagine for a moment what this means. Within you lives a voice that does not beg or implore, but declares with the calm of someone who knows that everything belongs to them by right. That voice does not need to rise in volume, because its authority does not come from loudness, but from the vibration of certainty that sustains it. And when you reach that level of connection, you understand that the true magic was never in repeating other people's words without feeling them, but in aligning yourself with that place from which what you say becomes a living law. That is why many times, without even realizing it, you have decreed situations that later manifested in your life, both beautiful and painful. Because every time you spoke charged with emotion, even from fear or lack, you were activating that inner power without knowing it. At the core of all this is the fact that you do not need permission from anything or anyone outside yourself to receive what already flows within you, because your inner world was designed as an inexhaustible source of creation. Now I want to go even deeper into this subject, because what happens when you begin to dwell in that sanctuary and use your words as conscious decrees is far more revealing than you might think. Within you, there is a vibration that constantly tries to draw your attention, a silent whisper that reminds you that you do not have to chase anything, that you do not need to exhaust yourself battling with the external world, because the real stage where everything is defined is inside you. Manifesting is not about competing with others or stretching out your hands to take what you see as distant. It is rather a tuning of frequency, like fine-tuning an invisible station that suddenly aligns your heart with abundance. And when that happens, what is outside cannot help but respond. This process is not a rigid technique nor an empty trick. It is a genuine transformation of your way of thinking, a shift in the inner place from which you support yourself toward a point where lack no longer has a place. Imagine for a moment what it would be like to live with that certainty, as if an inner lighthouse remained lit, radiating light, and the world around you began to mirror that same clarity, like mirrors that can only reflect what they see. In that inner sanctuary, the rules are different. The impossible stops making sense because it never had a true foundation, and the possible expands with the same naturalness with which you inhale and exhale. People who seem to attract prosperity and opportunities effortlessly do not have some mysterious privilege. They have learned to remain in that intimate temple of abundance, a place to which scarcity has no access and from which it is no longer necessary to insist or beg, because everything arrives as a natural consequence of that vibration. This path is a journey of profound transformation, a voyage that takes place behind the scenes in the depths of your thoughts, in that silent truth that sustains what you call reality. It is a change that is not measured by what you have, but by the way you uphold your conviction. Because abundance is not built by piling up external things. It manifests when you allow your inner world to set the rhythm for what happens on the outside. When this becomes evident to you, the urgency to control every detail fades, and you no longer need to manipulate the external in order to feel complete. True power lies in remembering who you are and from what inner space you emit your vibration. When you do, the entire universe begins to rearrange itself like a faithful mirror that reflects the clearest expression of your essence. And this is not a distant or abstract idea. It is the root of all authentic manifestation, the seed that sprouts in silence and ends up producing visible fruit. Now I want to delve even deeper into this topic because there is a nuance in this experience that often goes unnoticed and that can change the way you understand your relationship with abundance. Before moving on, write within yourself or in your notes the following: I too walk this path. When we understand that prosperity is not limited to a bank balance or a number written down somewhere, but is an energy that permeates every area of existence, we begin to walk with a completely different outlook. We can see money as a natural consequence, as the spontaneous reflection of a consciousness that already dwells in harmony with fullness. The essential becomes visible when love expands in your relationships, when health becomes a constant flow of energy and vitality, when each dawn finds you with the spark of creativity awake, and your spirit can inhale calm, even in the midst of the world's noise. That is true abundance, the kind that does not run out, that does not depend on what changes outside, but springs forth like an inner fountain impossible to dry up. Very often, it is believed that in order to attract wealth, one must force, accelerate, do more and more, when in reality it is a quiet journey inward toward that sacred space where nothing is missing. And the beautiful thing is that when you live from that place, the external begins to rearrange itself on its own, like a puzzle whose pieces naturally find their place. It is as if life responded to the vibration you emanate and showed you that it was always there waiting for you to send the right signal, not from words, but from your inner frequency. Even in the simplest, most everyday things, like resting, there is a hidden wisdom not everyone knows how to make use of. Every night while you sleep, your mind keeps working in silence, like a secret workshop where the blueprints of your future are drawn. Those 8 hours that for many are just a blackout are actually a fertile field where a new programming can be sown. What you carry in your mind and in your heart at the moment you close your eyes is deposited in that invisible soil. And at dawn, those seeds begin to appear as experiences. Doors that open and encounters that seem to arrive by chance. It almost feels like a miracle to discover that while your body relaxes, the universe continues writing with you a renewed story. That is why it is not only about what you do during your waking hours, but also about what you choose to let keep vibrating inside you when you cross the threshold of sleep. If you go to bed gripped by fear, the next day will be tinted by that same shadow. But if you surrender to rest with the certainty that you are abundance, that certainty begins to shape your reality. This is where many deep understandings arise because we recognize that every aspect of existence, even what seems passive like sleep, can become a stage of inner transformation. And when you become aware that your mind never stops, that it continues creating, even in silence, you begin to value those spaces in a different way. I want to go deeper into this because what happens behind the scenes during the night has far greater weight than we usually grasp, and understanding it can forever change the way you see wealth and life. Sleep then ceases to be a simple biological act and becomes a silent ceremony where the soul surrenders trustingly into the arms of the eternal. We can call this state the sleep of the beloved. We no longer see it as mere physical rest, but as a refuge where burdens melt away and the mind abandons the chase for what it thinks is missing, because it recognizes that deep down, nothing is missing. It is a form of rest with another vibration, without jolts or anxiety, born of a very deep conviction. Life is not against you. On the contrary, it surrounds and sustains you with a silent and powerful love. One who enters this state no longer lies down like someone trying to escape their problems, but like someone who immerses themselves in an ocean of trust. And what is remarkable is that this type of rest depends less on the mattress or the exact number of hours and more on the level of consciousness with which you choose to surrender to the night. At that point, a subtle yet immense transformation takes place because your subconscious begins to function as a tireless ally, engraving in the depths the truth of who you are. Accepting that you are loved unconditionally changes everything. You stop relating to life like someone begging for crumbs of abundance, and you begin to walk like an heir who knows that their wealth has already been settled from the beginning. That certainty alone changes the way you breathe, the way you prepare for sleep, and the way you hand your thoughts over to the silence of the night. It is as if your body could say, "I am safe. I can let go." And from that trust, a space opens where prosperity can enter without resistance. The surprising thing is that when you sleep from this identity of being loved, your rest becomes a conscious act of receiving. Each inhalation while you sleep becomes a reminder that all of life is collaborating with you. And each exhalation is a gentle release of what you no longer need to carry. When you open your eyes in the morning, you not only feel your body rested, but also aligned with a current that gently leads you toward new possibilities, more authentic relationships, and more luminous decisions. That way of sleeping becomes a discreet key, a direct entry into a level of abundance that is not limited to the material, because it reaches every dimension of your existence. And when you begin to live from that certainty, everything starts to arrange itself naturally. Those projects that once seemed distant or difficult begin to unfold with more fluidity. People aligned with your new vibration appear without you having to go looking for them. And what at another time you would have seen as a problem now appears as a teacher, indicating the next stretch of your path. I want to go even deeper into this point, because understanding the impact of that conscious rest on the way we receive and on how the mind is reconfigured while we sleep is one of the most transformative revelations you can embrace. Write in your heart or in your notes, "I rest as an heir." Imagine just for a moment how liberating it is to understand that divine love does not depend on your successes or your achievements, that it is not measured by what you have accumulated or by what you have shown others, but rests on something much deeper and truer, your very essence. It is like discovering that you always carried a hidden key in your pocket and suddenly realizing that this key opens the door to a home that has always been yours, a home full of provision, rest, and abundance that no one can take away from you. This understanding completely transforms the way you look at your life, because it frees you from the pressure of feeling that you must justify yourself at every step, as if you were subjected to an endless test. Your worth ceases to lie in the trophies you have gathered and begins to rest in the certainty that your very existence already has infinite meaning. From that inner light, anxiety begins to dissolve almost effortlessly, like thick fog slowly lifting at dawn. The mind, which used to run after every worry as if it had to put out fires everywhere, starts to calm down because it understands that in the deepest place, you are never alone. Even on your darkest days, when it seemed everything was falling apart, there was a silent current holding you up even if you did not notice it. And when you recognize this in your depths, your breathing becomes softer, your body readjusts, and even your nights grow calmer, because you no longer fight against an invisible threat, but stand supported in a serene trust. It is as if you could suddenly peek behind the scenes of your own story and see that behind every difficult situation, there were always invisible hands preparing the stage so you could go on. This awareness acts as a profound transformation because it changes how you view money-work decisions and how you interpret losses. What you once called failure, you now see as an indispensable stretch of the journey that was leading you toward a truth you had not yet been able to see. You never walked alone. And when that phrase ceases to be theory and becomes experience, trust settles in your inner being with a strength that needs no long explanations, because you simply feel it. It is a state from which you can rest, receive, and act in a different way, like someone who no longer fears losing, because they know that what is truly essential cannot be taken away. Now I want to go even deeper, because when this truth is integrated into your daily life, it reveals a level of inner freedom that very few allow themselves to experience. When you begin to recognize that life has never stopped sustaining you, something moves inside you in a definitive way. Gratitude ceases to be an exercise you try to force with lists and reminders, because it no longer arises from obligation, but from intimate understanding. Suddenly, as you review your story, you notice that even in the stages when everything seemed to be collapsing, there were small gestures holding you up a timely word, a presence at just the right moment, a resource that arrived without warning, a breath of calm in the midst of chaos. That clarity opens up a space inside you where gratitude becomes a natural way of being, and stops being a rigid discipline you must impose on yourself. And the astonishing thing is that in that state, what you once saw as distant starts to come closer with gentleness, as if life responded to your genuine recognition with an abundance that moves beyond logic. It is then that you understand that prosperity is not reached through desperate pleading, because pleading is born from a sense of lack, and that vibration only feeds the emptiness. Real transformation occurs when you stop raising your hand like someone asking for crumbs and begin to open it with the confidence of someone who knows they are already supported. That security does not depend on what you see in your bank account or on the figures on a screen. It depends on recognizing that the part of you that is loved has already been provided for from the beginning. There is a profound difference between asking from unease and opening yourself to receive from trust. When you beg, you place abundance in a distant future, always separated from you. When you trust, you allow it to manifest in the now, because your vibration aligns with the truth that everything you need is already available. And that inner readiness not only attracts material resources, it also renews your way of seeing. Little by little, you stop measuring your life by what you perceive as absent and begin to contemplate it from what has always been there. In this way, the everyday fills with small sparks of miracle. A simple glass of water that quenches your thirst, a conversation that clears your mind, an opportunity that appears without having planned it. This is the result of living from spontaneous gratitude and from the certainty of being loved. Existence ceases to feel like a battlefield and becomes a river that flows confidently. And I want to go even deeper into this aspect, because when we speak of certainty, we are not referring only to mentally accepting something, but to experiencing it as a truth that reaches every decision, every glance, and every step you take. When you begin to sustain yourself in that frequency of trust, something subtle yet very powerful awakens within you. You stop vibrating from lack or urgency and settle into a deep calm that sends a clear message to the universe. It is as if you stopped chasing life, and instead, life began to move toward you. That silent security, which does not need to shout or force, opens a space in which the right people arrive at the right time. Opportunities become easier to see, and even resources that once seemed remote draw near without effort. Trust becomes a silent magnet that organizes the external world with the same harmony with which it rearranges your inner world. And the curious thing is that the more you trust, the less power doubts have, because you notice that reality responds to the tone of your energy like a faithful mirror. It is not naivete, but a deep certainty that what is essential never leaves. This shift in your way of thinking is the origin of true transformation, because when you drop the constant struggle, you allow abundance to flow along its natural course. Sometimes, an answer arrives in the form of a simple dream. At other times, as a fleeting image that when you recall it in the morning reveals a profound meaning. It can also appear as an enigmatic calm that whispers, "Everything is in order. Do not rush anything." That silent certainty begins to permeate your everyday life and marks a before and after, because the trust that is born at night supports the security of your waking hours. And when you start paying attention to these signals, you discover that what you called coincidences is in truth life responding to your trust, unexpected encounters that open like portals, words you hear at just the right moment, opportunities that appear when it seemed there was no way out. It is in those subtle details that the hidden truth is revealed. You do not need to push what is already coming toward you. You only need to recognize it and make room for it to arrive. The impact of living this way is immense because you stop exhausting yourself trying to control everything and begin to discover that life has its own scenarios of synchronicity, and that the more you align with them, the easier it becomes to perceive that invisible current guiding your steps. And I want to go even deeper into this topic, because what happens in the silence of trust is only the beginning of a much broader journey, a journey in which you will notice that even the way you interpret what happens to you can completely transform the course of your path. And there lies one of the most transformative understandings, one that few dare to approach. Write in your heart or in your notes, "I trust the process." When you realize that it is not about struggling with all your strength against the current, but about allowing life itself to support and guide you. Something inside you is freed from an enormous weight. It is as if you stopped rowing in desperation in a rushing river and suddenly discovered that that same river can take you exactly where you need to go. This is one of the deepest transformations a person can experience because it changes not only the way you view reality, but also the way you inhabit each moment. True freedom is born precisely there in the moment when you stop fighting against what you cannot control and open yourself to the abundance that has always been present, waiting for you to let it in. And in that quiet shift, life begins to appear as a path that is less forced and much more natural, like a continuous flow that adjusts to your trust and to your capacity to let go. This change is not only internal, it is also reflected immediately in what you project outward. Suddenly, your way of speaking becomes softer and at the same time firmer, because you no longer speak from lack, but from an inner security. It is as if everything around you rearranged itself in harmony with this new identity you recognize within. Life then becomes a stage where your gestures and encounters reflect that inner richness. Instead of forcing connections, you allow them to arise naturally. Instead of deciding from doubt, you choose from a deep understanding of who you are and what you wish to manifest. It is a profound transformation that reaches every aspect of your existence, from the most intimate to the most visible, as though trust in abundance opened a secret door that united everything with perfect coherence. And this effect is not fleeting, but a state that grows stronger as you choose to remain in the frequency of receiving rather than fighting. It is precisely at this point that the transformation becomes irreversible, because you can no longer look at life with the eyes you had before. And I want to go even deeper into this topic, because within this process of letting go and receiving, there are hidden revelations that show how the energy of abundance permeates every corner of your daily routine, even in areas where you never imagined it could have such an influence. When you understand that the universe does not respond to your desperate efforts or to your anguish, but to the serenity with which you choose to trust, you discover a principle capable of changing your entire journey. It is as if life were a great mirror reflecting what you hold inside. If you believe that abundance is distant, difficult, or reserved for a select few, that will be the image you see reflected. But if within yourself you recognize firmly that abundance is your natural state, like the air you breathe or the sunlight that appears each day, then life begins to offer you signs in every corner. The curious thing is that they do not always come in the form of great events. Many times they express themselves in the simplicity of everyday life, an unexpected opportunity, a conversation that opens paths, a chance encounter that seems guided by invisible hands. All this happens when you shift your focus from lack to the certainty that the universe can only confirm what you allow yourself to believe. This is a silent truth that many overlook, yet it quietly influences every decision and every visible result in our lives. And here, a very powerful element appears that we often underestimate: rest. You might think that sleep is just closing your eyes and disconnecting, but in reality, the night is one of the most sacred moments for sowing the seeds of your destiny. When you fall asleep in gratitude, your mind opens like a fertile garden, ready to receive new visions. It is no coincidence that so many ancient cultures viewed dreams as sacred messages or as secrets revealed from the invisible. When you fall asleep in gratitude, you prepare your subconscious to join that silent current that knows far more about you than you can understand yourself. It is precisely in those hours of calm that life begins to bring you answers. You might wake with a new clarity about a decision you had been postponing for days, or you might be surprised by a different serenity that allows you to look at your challenges from another perspective. When you lie down in gratitude, the night becomes a stage of miracles, where each grateful thought becomes a key capable of opening doors in your inner world and in your outer reality. Imagine the difference between falling asleep, going over again and again what you feel is missing, and doing so while remembering what is already in your life, giving thanks even for the smallest details. A mind centered on lack wakes up exhausted, whereas a grateful mind opens its eyes feeling renewed with the quiet certainty of being guided. That shift, which seems minimal, provokes a profound change in the way you live your days, because you wake with the feeling that a greater force has been collaborating with you behind the curtain of what is visible. Those voices that repeated, "You can't, you're not enough, this is not for you," turn into such a faint murmur that they almost disappear from your memory. Your mind, upon entering that state of surrender, begins to vibrate at the frequency of the divine. And on that level, the chains of the past simply no longer have a place. There, the invisible walls that you once believed impossible to overcome crumble, and you understand that what held you back was nothing more than an illusion reinforced by constant repetition. In that silent workshop, there is no need to struggle or resist, because everything is transformed gently, as though an invisible river were beginning to cleanse your inner landscapes, those that had been covered in dust for so long. The transformation you longed for over so much time does not come through struggle or weariness. It manifests like water flowing naturally among rocks, always finding a way through without asking permission and without needing to push. Abundance moves in the same way, with constancy and gentleness, like a river that embraces its banks without ever stopping its course. When you understand this, you realize there is nothing to force, that what you were anxiously waiting for is already on its way, approaching you calmly, like something that knows with certainty what its destination is. And there the true revelation appears. Abundance is not the product of effort, but the fruit of trust. It is like allowing water to glide over your hands without trying to hold it back, with the certainty that its inexhaustible course never stops. If you look closely, that is the great hidden truth behind all human searching. What you believed impossible was already taking shape long before you could see it. What you felt was far away had in fact always been very close to you. Transformation does not occur because you force it, but because you tune yourself to it. And when that happens, everything around you begins to respond in the same way, like a faithful reflection. Your outer reality starts to adjust to the rhythm of that inner river. Opportunities begin to appear without your having planned them. The right people and connections arrive at the precise moment, and your life becomes a path of constant discovery. You no longer need to push doors because they open on their own. You do not need to control the route because the current knows the destination better than you. Now, I want to go even deeper into this topic because behind that apparent gentleness of the river, there is an enormous force, a silent energy that sustains both what you see and what still remains hidden. And it is there that a new understanding arises that completely transforms the way you look at life. Before we continue, I want to offer you a phrase to contemplate. Write in your heart or in your notes, "I trust the river of abundance," and allow these words to mark the beginning of your next revelation. In the deep silence of the night, your mind enters that invisible workshop where what you believed impossible begins to take form. While everything seems still and the world rests, your subconscious becomes flexible, like freshly shaped clay available and ready to be renewed. In that state, inherited old structures, those voices that repeated over and over, "You can't. This isn't for you. You will never have enough," dissolve like smoke scattered by the wind. They no longer have the same power because the divine frequency, that silent vibration that operates beyond what your eyes can see, takes the lead and begins to remake the essence of your thoughts. It is as if every night, without you realizing it, someone were writing a new script within you, replacing limiting phrases with affirmations of confidence, expansion, and abundance. That inner movement does not require your conscious effort. You do not need to push or force anything, because it happens with the same ease with which a river makes its way toward the sea. Water does not stop to ask whether it may continue. It simply flows. And in that constant, gentle flow lies the very wisdom of creation. The same happens within you. When you allow your mind to surrender to that vaster current, transformation becomes something inevitable. In those hours of silence, your subconscious becomes clay that invisible hands of wisdom shape with both delicacy and strength. That inner clay gradually takes new forms, giving rise to different patterns, to structures that did not exist before in your being. It is like turning on lights in rooms of your mind that have been closed for years. Suddenly, what you once saw as darkness is revealed as full of possibilities. That is the true alchemy of abundance, and what you previously saw as closed paths unfolds into doors you never imagined were there. Every conscious choice you make throughout the day reflects the silent work your mind has done while you slept, and it is precisely there that authentic transformation takes place, in that invisible root that supports each of your decisions. When you choose from abundance, you not only change your personal course, you also redesign the trajectory of your story. It is like choosing a different trail in the middle of a vast forest. At first, it may seem like just a slight turn, but soon you discover that it leads you to landscapes you never imagined. The deepest aspect of all this is understanding that you are not called to control everything, because while your body rests, your spirit continues to act in the background, rewriting the inner codes that shape your reality. That silent reconfiguration does not feel like hard effort, but like a gentle release. It is like setting down a heavy backpack you had been carrying without fully realizing it, and recognizing that you now move forward lighter, with surer steps and a clearer direction. That is what it means to wake up with a new outlook. It is not about seeing the same things as before, but about recognizing opportunities where you once saw only obstacles. And when your inner eyes change, everything outside begins naturally to adjust to that new vibration. Now I want to go even deeper into this topic because there is an essential detail in this process of change that often goes unnoticed and that determines whether you keep repeating the same stories or truly open the door to a different life. Imagine even for just a moment that true wealth has never lived in the bills the world calls money, nor in the things that time wears down, but in a secret design engraved in the depths of your being long before you could understand it. That design is a silent legacy that is not passed down through human contracts or material inheritances, but through a spiritual mark that lives in your very DNA. It remains there as a sacred code that does not spoil, does not corrupt, and cannot be stolen patiently, waiting for you to awaken it with the key of faith. And when you turn that key, your way of perceiving reality changes because you stop chasing outside what has always been vibrating within you like a fire that never goes out. It is as if every cell in your body held a memory of abundance, an echo of prosperity linked to something much greater than your own identity, and which upon awakening begins to rewrite the way you think, feel, and decide. As you come into contact with that inner inheritance, you not only recognize that the universe sustains you, you also begin to notice that everything happening around you rearranges itself differently, almost as if life itself conspired on your behalf. It is as if the universe spoke in a secret language to remind you of what is already yours, a language you can only decipher when you choose to listen with your awakened heart. And as you pay attention, you discover that what you once dismissed as mere coincidence now functions as guidance. What previously went unnoticed starts to gain meaning, and what seemed impossible becomes a cleared path in front of your feet. It is not about magic nor empty fantasy, but about signals that appear between the visible and the invisible, like a mirror reflecting your own growth. And the more awake you become to these messages, the easier it is to understand that authentic wealth is not a place you arrive at, but a state of connection with the eternal. Now, I want to go a little deeper into this topic because when you begin to recognize these visions and symbols, you not only come into contact with a spiritual language, but you also discover how that language translates into concrete decisions in your daily life. The mind tends to distrust when the night brings us images and signs that seem to come from a hidden world. But when you accept that each symbol that appears in your dreams is a reminder of your spiritual inheritance, everything takes on a different tone. Those heavenly doors adorned with signs of unlimited abundance do not appear as simple, fleeting visions, but as encrypted messages from a higher level of consciousness that wants to speak to you. What seems like a poetic scene is in reality a detailed map, that your soul unfolds within you, confirming that the universe is not a cold or distant stage, but a companion that safeguards treasures for you, waiting for the perfect moment to reveal them. It is not a deception, but a sacred language that your human mind is still learning to understand. Each symbol functions like a key capable of opening halls of prosperity, and it is the union between your faith and your ability to accept the good that determines whether those doors remain closed or swing wide open before your steps. Imagine for a moment that these signs are like the blueprints a master architect keeps before building a palace. At first, they exist only in the invisible as lines, measurements, and proportions, and later, they take form in stone, marble, and columns. The same happens with your prosperity. It is first designed on the spiritual plane, and then becomes tangible reality when you decide to enter and dwell in it. This process is not just a mental exercise, but a path of transformation in which you discover that the symbols resemble secret letters sent from the backstage of the universe. They are revelations that show you that true wealth does not rest on tense, forced effort, but on opening yourself to a hidden truth that already lives within you. And the more you sustain yourself in these visions, the easier it becomes to perceive the harmony between what you dream and what you live when you awake. It is as if life itself guided you through metaphors full of power, reminding you that you belong to a divine network that never stops holding you. And I want to take you even deeper into this topic, because understanding the language of these revelations means recognizing that the universe does not toy with your desires, but time and again gives you signs of a full destiny that awaits your yes in order to unfold with force in your reality. Right in your heart or in your notes, I receive the symbols of the soul. When you reach that deep level of connection with the invisible, what appears before you stops being a fleeting intuition or a thought that fades with daylight and becomes directions so precise they seem made just for you, as if life had designed a detailed map with the steps you must follow to open paths of prosperity. It is as if each night when you close your eyes, the universe set to work in silence, fitting together pieces you did not understand during the day and suddenly showing you the complete picture with surprising clarity. You are not facing mere figments of the imagination, but revelations that function as master keys capable of opening doors that previously seemed firmly locked. In those hours of sleep, when everything seems calm, your mind becomes a stage where visions unfold that do not arrive by chance. They are intentional downloads, codes that descend from above to guide your steps. That inspiration that surprises you upon awakening, that idea that flashes like lightning amid stillness, does not arise from nowhere. It is the conscious sowing that your soul receives at the moment when you are most receptive. The wonderful thing is that these illuminations do not only touch your economic world, but also encompass the creative, the emotional, and the spiritual. And each time you receive one of these inner downloads, the way you look at life changes. Your decisions become firmer, and your path fills with signs reminding you that you are not walking through this experience alone. I want to delve even deeper into this topic because behind these nocturnal revelations, there is not only the clarity of an idea, but a vibrational tapestry that prepares your being to receive what has always been destined for you. When you discover that the key is not in excessive effort, but in the word sustained by faith. Your whole horizon is transformed because you stop measuring your worth by how much struggle you accumulate. And little by little, you begin to understand that the true source of power lies in the certainty with which you declare your own destiny. It is not about rejecting action, but about understanding that before any external movement is made, the energy has already been sown within you, and what you express with firm conviction marks the real start of every transformation. It is like lighting a spark in the middle of the night that immediately calls forth the light that was waiting to show itself. Your words are not sounds that get lost in the air. They are waves that intertwine with the invisible fabric of the universe, and when they are upheld by faith, they cease to be mere wishes and become solid, immovable decrees. At this point, the distance becomes clear between one who speaks from insecurity and one who does so from certainty. One begs as if lacking everything, while the other affirms as one who already possesses what they declare. And that is the language life understands, not desperate pleading, but serene declaration that needs no proof in order to trust, because it recognizes that the secret truth of spirit always goes ahead of what later manifests. The voice united with that conviction can open doors that seemed sealed, tear down walls that appeared impossible, and trace paths where you once saw only dead ends. Every time you decree with faith, it is as if you insert a golden key into the lock of your destiny, and as you turn it, the entire universe organizes itself to respond to that vibrational instruction. You may have already experienced it at some point when you said something with such certainty that shortly afterwards, coincidences, encounters, opportunities, and even revelations began to appear as if from nowhere, even though in reality, they were the direct fruit of your word sown at the precise vibration. In that moment, you understand that you were not forcing the course of events, that it was not exhausting effort or strain, but the power of your certainty turned into voice. And then a new way of walking through life emerges, softer, more confident, like someone who understands that they do not need to push the river because the course is already traced, and the only thing needed is to flow in tune with its current. This is a truth that remains hidden for many, still trapped in the idea that only through extreme sacrifice will they achieve what they desire, without realizing that the more weight they load onto their shoulders, the farther they move from the simplicity of the creative principle. By contrast, the one who understands that their word sustained by faith is a decree knows that the real work is born within and then expands outward naturally. And it is precisely here that I want to guide you deeper, because this principle is not just a spiritual image, but a concrete key that can be applied to every field of your life, your relationships, your finances, your health, and your inner growth. It is no coincidence that so many ancient civilizations considered words spoken at night to be sacred, for sleep is not just pause and rest. It is also a space where what you decree is deposited as a fertile seed. While your body sleeps, your subconscious acts as a silent guardian that turns those words into instructions, into energy and motion, into doors that begin to open slightly, even if you do not notice it right away. To speak with faith is not a mechanical act. It is to light an inner fire that vibrates with certainty, as if you were giving the universe a clear order, leaving no room for doubt. And the amazing thing is that at dawn, that energy does not dissolve. Instead, It returns to you as clarity, as signs, and as concrete steps that seem to be sent by a higher wisdom. Some compare the act of falling asleep while decreeing to attending a secret meeting in which maps and coordinates are revealed to advance on your path so that what once felt like a labyrinth turns into a lit-up route. This helps explain why so many people wake with new ideas, with solutions they had not noticed before, and with a kind of inner compass that points out where to move forward calmly. It is not about empty tricks or superstitions, but about the natural effect of aligning mind, word, and faith at a time when you are especially receptive to the invisible. And there lies the key, recognizing that sleep is also a journey, a path of transformation, where your word acts as the spark that activates hidden forces. If you surrender to rest wrapped in fear, you wake up loaded with insecurity. But if you fall asleep decreeing abundance, gratitude, and trust, the new day finds you different, as if your way of thinking had silently readjusted while you slept. There is a hidden truth in all of this that few dare to look at directly. Your tongue, when united with faith, before sleep becomes a master key of abundance, capable of opening invisible chests that during the day seemed sealed. What you do with your word in those moments is much deeper than you imagine, because it no longer competes with external noise. It is an intimate encounter between your being and the eternal. And when you wake with the feeling of having received guidance, you understand that it was not just one more dream, but a private lesson in which you were shown what you need in order to prosper. Now I want to go even deeper into this topic, because in that subtle space between sleep and wakefulness lie revelations capable of transforming the way you make decisions each morning. Write in your heart or in your notes the phrase, "I decree my abundance as I sleep." When the mind plunges into sleep, something happens that we rarely stop to reflect on with true attention. The layers of daytime noise dissolve, and a clear, interference-free space opens where the voice of the universe can resonate with complete clarity. In that moment, it is no longer you forcing ideas, nor your logic trying to solve a complex puzzle, but a current of wisdom that crosses your subconscious with astonishing fluidity. And it is not magic in the usual sense of the word, but a synchrony so perfect that it can only be understood as a dialogue between your deepest self and a higher consciousness that has always been at your side, even though during the day it is overshadowed by distractions. It is in that nocturnal state that answers arise, that pieces fall into place, and that fear ceases to be the force directing your decisions. Because when you wake with such clarity, you stop choosing from lack or from fear of losing the little you have, and begin to decide from the certainty that the universe always has more to give you. It is a quiet yet radically powerful shift. Your mind ceases to be anchored in defense and is oriented toward expansion. And that small difference, choosing from abundance instead of from fear, becomes the turning point that completely transforms destinies. Pause a moment and remember how many times you postponed an important step out of fear of failing, of running out of resources, or of letting go of the familiar. Now imagine how your life would change if every decision were born from the absolute trust that the best is coming toward you. That idea alone reorganizes your way of viewing the future, which stops appearing as a threat and becomes a vast field of possibilities. The hidden truth is that the subconscious never sleeps. It remains always active, absorbing, organizing, and linking what your conscious mind cannot perceive. And when you steer it with decrees of faith before sleeping, it acts as a silent architect shaping your reality while you rest. The extraordinary thing is that at daybreak, you do not wake up merely with a vague memory, but with the energy of a transformation already underway, with the certainty that you are being led toward decisions that expand you instead of shrinking you. In the backstage of your mind, in those territories where reason does not rule, the deepest changes are being woven, and each night becomes a new opportunity to feed that process with the right seeds, because whatever you plant in your subconscious manifests itself with precision in your daily life. Now I want to go even deeper into this topic, because what follows opens a door to understanding how these nightly revelations not only touch your thoughts, but completely reorder the way you generate abundance in the material realm. It is as if suddenly the entire game changed, and you discovered that you never occupied the place of someone begging for life's crumbs, but that of an honored guest who has always had a seat reserved at the most generous table you can imagine. That banquet is not merely a beautiful image. It is a living metaphor of what is real. While you believed life was denying you something, you were actually in front of the table, already set only with your eyes closed. Awakening consciousness is as simple as taking your place and receiving the plate that has always been prepared for you. And when you allow this, something wonderful happens. That sense of lack that used to govern each of your decisions dissolves, because you understand that it was never about asking permission, but about recognizing what by nature is already yours. The fascinating aspect of this revelation is that it completely changes the attitude with which you move through your days. Instead of acting like someone who fears losing the little they have, you begin to move with the certainty that abundance does not depend on external circumstances, but on an inner recognition. It is like discovering a hidden truth that has always been within reach of your hand. Life never denied you anything. It was simply waiting for you to recognize your rightful place at that divine table. And from that moment, everything takes on a different meaning. What previously felt like struggle, excessive wear, and a never-ending race after what you thought was missing turns into a genuine state of gratitude and openness. You stop being trapped in a mindset of mere survival and move toward a consciousness of expansion. That simple shift in perspective, that step from seeing yourself as a beggar to recognizing yourself as heir of the eternal, produces a profound impact on how you decide, on how you face challenges, and on how you interpret each experience along your journey, because you understand that every moment is crossed by a higher order, acting in your favor, even when it does not seem so at first. The table was already set, the banquet ready, and the whole universe was waiting for the moment when you could say, "Yes, this is for me." It is an awakening that cannot be explained by logic alone. It is lived as a homecoming, as though life were finally reminding you of your true place. And the beautiful thing is that the more you recognize it, the more natural it becomes to walk supported by that certainty. You stop chasing opportunities and begin to attract them. You let go of the insistence on what you think is missing and discover that the entire stage was already prepared for your expansion, like a theater that always reserved a leading role for you in its play. Now I want to go even deeper into this topic, because understanding that abundance was already served opens up a horizon of revelations about how we interpret reality, and it is precisely there where the true journey of transformation begins. Write in your heart or in your notes, "I recognize my place at the divine table." When you recognize yourself as heir to abundance and stop seeing yourself as someone who must beg for crumbs, something invisible yet very powerful moves within you. It is as if an inner spark activated a magnetic field that begins to attract what you once considered impossible. It is no coincidence that suddenly people appear who are willing to support you. Doors that were closed begin to open, or new ideas emerge in your mind with unexpected clarity. None of this is naive magic, but the natural fruit of a deep change in your identity. Because when you transform your way of thinking, your vibration also changes, and it is that vibration that organizes what unfolds in your life. Imagine someone who always believed they were lost in a desert surrounded by sand without water, fruits, or shelter. That person walks on exhausted, convinced that scarcity is their only fate, until one day they discover that by taking a single step in another direction, the sand ends and a fertile green living ground appears. It's not that the garden suddenly arose from nowhere. It was always there, but their limited vision did not allow them to see it. The same happens with abundance. Life does not suddenly change from the outside. Your gaze expands, and as it does, you recognize possibilities, connections, and resources that had remained hidden from you. The desert of lack is in truth a mental state, an invisible prison woven from thoughts of insufficiency. As long as you stay trapped in those ideas, everything around you will seem barren. But when you decide to move into a new consciousness, what was dry becomes fertile, and what seemed impossible begins to become attainable. This journey is not traveled with physical maps, it is traveled inward. And along that road, you discover that you were never a beggar at life's table, but an honored guest who had forgotten their place. True transformation occurs at the moment you accept that invitation, and you allow yourself to be there without guilt, without fear, without feeling that you are taking anything away from anyone, because abundance is not a scarce resource that runs out, but an infinite flow that expands as you recognize it. When you accept your place, you stop acting from the anxiety of lack and begin to move from the certainty that everything necessary is already available, waiting for your decision to receive it. This inner change not only transforms what comes to you, it also modifies the way you give. Before, giving could feel like sacrifice, like an effort that left you with less. Now you understand that every act of generosity amplifies the flow, because abundance moves in a spiral. In this way, your life acquires a new texture. What used to feel like battle becomes a gentle, natural dance with existence. What once felt like resistance now turns into serene trust. And the more you surrender to that trust, the more resources appear, the more doors crack open, the more inner gardens bloom. This is the hidden truth that sustains everything. It is not that abundance awaits you in some remote place, but that you are the source that activates it through your consciousness. That is why I want to go even deeper into this topic, because understanding this inner movement is the first step toward inhabiting a mindset of true fullness and leaving behind the illusion of scarcity. Write in your heart, "I choose to leave the desert." Imagine even for just a moment that every step you take is a spiritual exodus, not in a historical or geographic sense, but in the most intimate and sacred space of your own being. It is like leaving behind an arid land where you could barely survive that desert, where each day was a struggle, and moving toward a place where life flows with spontaneous abundance. It is not about escaping something, but about daring to release the mentality of mere survivor and enter into the deep conviction that there is a fertile land waiting for you, a symbolic place where prosperity is not begged for, but breathed naturally. This metamorphosis is not born in the external world, but within you, in that quiet decision to trust that infinite provision is already here. And when you take that inner step, the world around you begins to reflect it clearly. Resources, opportunities, and the right people begin to position themselves as if they had been waiting for the exact moment you chose to cross that invisible threshold. It is a transformation that does not fit into logical explanations because it occurs on a level where everything visible is first born in the invisible. That is the hidden truth. Your journey is not toward a physical location, but toward a renewed identity, a different way of inhabiting the world. And the most surprising thing is that in the midst of this process, moments of rest and sleep become deep, powerful allies. During those sacred hours, the conscious mind, that part of you that doubts, questions, analyzes, and stops things, finally grows quiet. It is as if the walls of reasoning step aside to allow the divine to act in you with complete freedom. In deep sleep, the seed of abundance finds fertile ground because it encounters no opposition or interference. There in that field where the unconscious opens the ideas sown, sprout with strength and begin to take shape until they become what you later call coincidences or strokes of luck, when in reality they are the result of what was cultivated in the deepest corners of your being. Sleep enhances this power because it is a territory of surrender, a space where creation moves without the chains of human control. And here, something deeply fascinating is revealed. While in wakefulness, you battle with your thoughts. In rest, you give the mystery the opportunity to act. It is as though the universe needed that silence to show you what your awake mind cannot grasp. In that state, everything you have affirmed, imagined, or declared with your inner voice starts to settle in you as an inevitable truth. When you close your eyes and sleep envelops you, it is not only rest that takes place. It is as if you entered a secret space where in silence, everything is prepared to receive what you choose to plant. Your conscious mind, that part that doubts, questions, or throws obstacles, grows still, and the stage is ready for your deepest dimension to receive without hindrance. Imagine dark, fertile soil after a gentle rain, moist and ready to welcome the seed that will bear fruit at the right time. That is how your subconscious mind is while you sleep, waiting for each word, each idea, and each image you place within to become roots, stems, and fruits you will later see reflected in your reality. The wonderful thing is that in that realm, there are none of the barriers we usually carry while awake. There are no walls of logic, no excuses, no repetitive thoughts that sabotage your desires again and again. In sleep, everything calms down and a pure, open living space is born. Each affirmation you repeat with intention during the day, each image you maintain in your mind, finds in that nighttime state the ideal ground from which to begin growing. It is as if a silent alchemy took place in the darkness, a movement that does not need your conscious effort, because life itself is in charge of making it blossom. Think how many times your fears or doubts have been nothing more than old phrases echoing inside you, echoes inherited from what you heard in childhood, from what you saw around you, or from what you agreed to believe without realizing it. However, the truth is that those phrases do not have ultimate power. They are only patterns, traces that can fade like words written in the sand that seem firm but disappear completely when a single wave touches them. It becomes much easier to transform your way of thinking when you recognize that none of what limits you is written forever. It is precisely in that state of sleep that the divine finds the widest, most receptive space to work in your favor. In that silent place, your story is rewritten without resistance. There, old memories are cleansed and new horizons are drawn. There, you can turn thoughts of scarcity into convictions of abundance and fears into trust. What during the day feels like an obstacle at night dissolves like smoke in the air, and what you perceive as impossible while awake rearranges itself gently in sleep, as if it had always been destined to exist. This is the quiet journey that so often goes unnoticed. While you rest, your subconscious listens, receives, and transforms. And the most beautiful part is that you do not need to force it, because it is a process as natural as the beating of your heart or the steady rhythm of your breathing. Your only task is to decide what seeds you will let fall into that fertile soil, what thoughts you will allow to repeat and take root within you. When night falls and your eyelids close, what for many is nothing more than simple rest is in truth one of the most powerful moments of inner transformation. The conscious mind, that part that doubts questions or demands logical explanations throughout the day, falls quiet and yields its place to the subconscious. And it is there, in that silent, fertile space, where true programming takes place without resistance. Every word you speak before sleeping, every image you hold inside, slips directly in as a decree without obstacles, like a blueprint being drawn at the very root of your destiny. What is astonishing is that the subconscious does not criticize or reject. It does not say this is not possible or this is not real. It only receives, embraces, and begins to shape your reality from what you deliver to it. It's as if you left detailed plans in the hands of a tireless builder who, while you sleep, is already raising new structures for your life, and that movement goes far beyond the mind. It is not limited to changing ideas, but goes so deep that even your cells begin to respond to this new vibration. Imagine that each affirmation is a spark that ignites an invisible network in your body, harmonizing your energy and generating a different rhythm, a higher frequency, aligned with the life you want to experience. It is not something merely ethereal or abstract, but a real adjustment in your biology, because constant thought not only affects the mind, it also reaches the energetic field that surrounds each cell. It is as if your entire body, upon hearing the new story you tell it, decided to reorganize itself in harmony with it. What once held the weight of old beliefs begins to loosen, and in its place appears a state of expansion that is reflected in your energy, in the way you look at the world, and in the quality of the decisions you make every day. And what is truly extraordinary is that this process takes place while you sleep without conscious effort in a nighttime journey where everything is quietly rearranged. We often believe that transformation requires struggle or constant sacrifice, but the hidden truth is that many of the most powerful revelations are born in those invisible backstage realms of rest, where the deep mind keeps working without stopping, and there lies the beauty of this path. You do not need to spend hours trying to convince yourself or arguing with your own thoughts. It is simply a matter of sowing before sleeping and allowing the subconscious to do what it is designed to do. Take the seed and gently expand it in all directions. Now, I want to go even deeper into this topic, because what is at stake is not just an isolated practice, but the possibility of redesigning your destiny from the innermost core of your being. And to see it more clearly, we need to contemplate how this process is reflected in the way you awaken your own energy and in how you perceive the flow of life. Imagine an artisan working in silence during the night, carving with calm and precision the details of a work you still do not know, but which already belongs to you. That artisan is your own spirit, and its tools are love and faith, invisible forces that shape your destiny while you sleep without realizing it. What looks like stillness is in reality deep movement. What you interpret as emptiness is in truth a workshop overflowing with creation. During the day, your waking mind resembles a square full of voices, demands, and constant noise that hardly lets you perceive the gentle guidance of your intuition. Throughout the day, you are immersed in constant stimuli and other people's opinions, comparisons, and doubts that often cloud the clarity you desire. But when night falls and you surrender to sleep, all that noise dissolves like a soft mist. What remains is a sacred silence, a clear space in which there are no longer interferences, and where your deepest being opens to receive the voice of abundance without veils or distortions. In that realm, the decrees spoken with intention come alive, and the affirmations you speak before sleeping descend like seeds to the deepest layers of your subconscious, and from there begin to germinate with strength. This process is so profound because it meets no resistance. When you are awake, your logical mind questions, distrusts, demands proof and quick results. But in sleep, everything is received. Everything flows without barriers, as if a current of hidden truth were traveling straight to the center of your being. That current not only renews your mind, it also reaches your body and your energetic field. It is as if each cell received new instructions, a new design guiding its vibration toward another frequency. Your whole organism responds to that quiet restoration, adjusting its functions, harmonizing what was out of balance, and preparing the stage so that your outer world also reflects that transformation. The surprising thing is that while you think you are simply resting, you are actually taking part in an extraordinary journey toward what is about to manifest. Your dreams are the loom on which the design of your future is woven. And although you may not always remember the details upon waking, the creation is already underway. It is like entering a secret workshop where the pieces of your destiny are joined in silence, far from doubt and noise, guided only by the force of your faith. Now, I want to go even deeper into this topic because if sleep opens the door to that hidden workshop, it is essential to understand what materials you hand over each night for that work to be completed, since what you deposit before closing your eyes becomes the raw material of your tomorrow. Your affirmations are exactly that invisible blueprints that your subconscious transforms into tangible facts. When you say with faith, "I live in abundance," or "My life is full of opportunities," you are outlining master lines that your experience will soon be inclined to follow. because your deep mind does not distinguish between what you imagine and what already exists. What you declare with certainty becomes the structure that sustains your tomorrow, just as foundations sustain a building. The difference here is that there are no cranes or concrete, but a malleable energy that adapts to what you decree from within. The subconscious obeys without arguing, like a loyal artisan who receives the blueprint and carries it out with precision, no matter how complex it may seem. That is why when you speak your affirmations in the quiet of night, you are not performing a mechanical gesture, but inaugurating a silent construction that over time will become visible in your daily life. And there is something even more beautiful. The conscious mind, the one that during the day gets in the way with doubts and thoughts like, "This is impossible," or "That is not for me," falls asleep when you do. It is as if the guard who protects the entrance to the castle of the subconscious also lay down to rest, leaving the gate open so that the seeds can enter without resistance. That inner critic who always objects dissolves into the nocturnal silence, and everything you decree penetrates directly into the secret workshop of your spirit. It is a moment in which the hidden truth about your capacity to create reveals itself. You do not need to convince anyone, not even your conscious self, because the subconscious welcomes what you offer as an order, as a command. It does not debate. There lies the key to so many transformations that look like miracles, but are actually born from understanding how the backstage of the mind functions. When you surrender to sleep holding affirmations full of faith, it is like turning on the lights of a stage whose script is already written and only waiting to be performed in your life. Every night becomes a journey into that space where your deepest decisions are not forged through struggle, but through words sown in the fertile ground of your inner world. And by understanding this, you realize that there is no need to fight against doubt or argue with the critical voice, because it is enough to set it aside, knowing that it quiets down on its own when you close your eyes. Now, I want to go even deeper into this topic because in that apparent simplicity lies a secret that explains why some people seem to receive blessings naturally while others repeat cycles of scarcity. Imagine for a moment your subconscious as a serene lake that is not disturbed by wind or doubts, a clear mirror where everything that arrives is reflected with total fidelity. In that state, each word you speak and each image you hold in your mind encounters no resistance. It simply falls like a pure drop that creates gentle waves, expanding without limit. In that space, there are no judgments or objections from the conscious mind. It is fertile soil where everything you sow sprouts without delay. When you understand this, you recognize that your affirmations and thoughts are not words that disperse, but precise plans that the subconscious receives in full and begins to materialize in your world. That purity is what allows your inner being to reorganize itself, because what enters without distortion becomes the foundation of something completely new. What is astonishing is how that silent process opens new pathways inside your own brain. Those who study the mind describe this as the creation of new neural highways, renewed connections that replace old paths marked by the repetition of beliefs in lack. And it is as if suddenly the road of scarcity were left behind, covered in dust and weeds, while before you an ample, clear, defined boulevard opens leading to abundance. Each constructive thought, each coherent visualization, each sustained emotion becomes a brick that reinforces that solid path. This is not fantasy or empty imagery. It is in a very concrete way how your brain responds to the instructions it receives over and over, just like a muscle that is shaped according to the movements you repeat. If again and again you turn toward complaint and fear, you strengthen the shortcuts that lead to limitation. Now, each affirmation you decide to repeat consciously acts like an eraser, wiping away old traces, and at the same time, like a chisel, carving a new figure within you. You become the architect of your own life, not with hammers and cement, but with the strength of your images and your words. And when you manage to keep that inner lake calm without letting doubts disturb it, your subconscious functions as a perfect receiver that does not argue. It only obeys and manifests. It is at this point that the journey becomes even more revealing, because what looked like a simple mental exercise turns into a concrete experience, more confidence in the way you walk, more clarity in making decisions, more magnetism in your presence. And all of this arises from that simple act of choosing to change the impressions you allow to enter your inner world. Now, I want to go still deeper into this topic, because if the subconscious is that serene lake, we also need to understand what happens when its waters are muddied and how to recover the calm so that impressions are not distorted. Imagine for a moment how wonderful it is to recognize that your mind is not a rigid structure, but a living, flexible organism capable of renewing itself each day according to the nourishment you give it. Science calls this phenomenon neuroplasticity, and although the term may sound complex, its essence is simple. Your thoughts and emotions act like invisible sculptors that create new pathways in your brain. Each night when you close your eyes and your body rests, your mind enters a space where it can remake itself, erase old marks of limitation, and open new routes toward prosperity. It is as if the map of your life could be redrawn in silence while you sleep, and everything depended on which lines you allowed to be etched on that inner canvas. Imagine that this whole process is like a secret journey behind the curtain of your own soul, where each word you repeat and each image you hold inside becomes construction plans that your subconscious faithfully follows. Here, a profound mystery is revealed. It does little good how much you strive with your conscious mind during the day, if by nightfall your mind still responds to old patterns, because your subconscious does not reason, does not argue, does not judge. It only obeys. Your subconscious is a faithful servant, like a gardener, who does not decide which seeds to plant, but simply tends whatever you place in its hands. If you give it seeds of lack, it will cultivate lack. If you entrust it with seeds of abundance, it will make abundance grow. This is the great revelation. You are not called to fight. You are called to look carefully at what orders you are giving at every moment. When you make this principle your own, you stop living on autopilot and begin to choose with full intention the instructions you send to that deep layer of your being. Then something amazing happens. What once felt like heavy effort turns into lightness, and what seemed like an impossible wall becomes an open door. That obedient subconscious then begins to generate coincidences, doors that open and unexpected paths that may look like miracles. Yet in reality, they are the natural result of the new commands you have planted within. It is like watching highways being built that did not exist before, allowing you to move toward a life filled with richness not only material, but also mental and spiritual. Now, I want to go even deeper into this matter, because understanding how those commands are imprinted and how you can direct them in your favor is the key that transforms everything. And as we continue, imagine in your heart the phrase, "I too am reprogramming my mind," because that simple act strengthens the decision you are making here and now. Picture your mind for a moment as a musical instrument, one that requires patience, practice, and consistency to remain in tune. Each thought you choose to sustain is a note that vibrates within you, and through continual repetition, those notes stop being a simple exercise and become a melody. That is how the deepest convictions are born. They do not appear in a single flash of inspiration, but through the constant act of repetition, until what is learned is integrated as a natural part of your identity. Think of that song you have heard so many times that it now plays inside you without needing to call it forth. In the same way, when each night you speak to yourself with words of abundance, your subconscious begins to receive them as unquestionable truth. Modern science confirms this clearly. Neural networks are strengthened when they receive the same stimuli again and again, like paths that when traveled frequently become wider, stronger, and easier to walk. That plastic quality of the brain is what allows you to design new mental circuits, inner routes that naturally lead you toward prosperity. The wonderful thing is that while you sleep, you do not need any tense effort. Your subconscious receives without filters, without criticism, without resistance. It is as if each word were a seed placed into fertile soil, waiting for the perfect moment to sprout in the form of actions, decisions, and opportunities you could not see before. And here, a powerful revelation appears sleeping. While listening to affirmations is not a mystical ritual in isolation, but a practice as concrete as that of a musician who rehearses their instrument day after day. And I'm not talking about empty words tossed into the air, but genuine decrees that leave a mark on your mind, like water that drop by drop transforms stone. The difference between those who manage to renew their life and those who remain trapped in old patterns is often found right here. Daily repetition, silent and constant, is not a spectacular gesture, but an intimate practice, almost invisible, yet loaded with deep power. When you understand this, you discover that each night becomes a stage, a private concert where your mind plays the melody you choose to compose. And if you choose notes of prosperity, your whole life will begin to tune itself to that vibration. Now, I want to go even deeper into this topic, because if each thought is a note and each affirmation a chord, the next step is to discover how these inner melodies become concrete decisions that shape your destiny. But before we continue, hold this phrase within you. I too am creating my symphony of prosperity. It is in the silence of the night that conscious thoughts dissolve and the mind opens like fertile ground where seeds are planted that cannot be torn out. At that deep level where the limits of day fade and logic weakens, each affirmation slips into a place that doubt can never reach. Imagine for a moment that secret garden alive within you. It is not a physical place, but a living terrain where human seasons cease to matter. There is neither winter nor shortage there, because time is experienced differently. Each seed you deposit is welcomed as if it were part of an eternal spring. In that invisible soil, words charged with intention become sprouts of abundance, roots of confidence, fruits that later become visible in your experience. It is a garden that does not obey calendars, but convictions. And the more you nourish it with nightly repetition, the more lush it becomes, until the day comes when you find yourself walking through an inner landscape completely renewed, where what you once saw as impossible now blooms naturally. It is like journeying through silent discoveries, where each night strengthens your alliance with abundance, and each sunrise reminds you that something invisible has already been set in motion. What is truly powerful is understanding that this process does not require tension or constant struggle, because it acts with the same simplicity with which a river follows its course, or the sun returns to the horizon each day. All that is asked of you is to keep sowing, to trust in the secret soil of your consciousness, and to allow what you have planted to continue growing in peace. Now, I want to go even deeper into this subject, because within this apparent simplicity hides a truth that transforms the way you understand the creation of your reality. And before we go on, I leave you an inner invitation. Hold in your heart the phrase, "I am sowing in my secret garden," so that it is inscribed in you as a conscious declaration of your own path. Patience is that silent energy that almost goes unnoticed, yet sustains far more than we imagine. It is not just remaining still, waiting for something to happen, but maintaining a deep calm, as if you knew within that everything is taking its place, even when your eyes cannot yet see it. It is like planting a seed and trusting that although for days the surface of the earth looks the same beneath it, a miracle is being prepared. Life over and over invites us to practice that capacity to trust without falling into despair, to avoid giving up to the urgency of seeing immediate results. Because whoever becomes excessively anxious speeds up trips and often ends up damaging what was on the verge of blooming. Patience, on the other hand, opens invisible portals, paths that never reveal themselves to those who live in a rush. It is a silent art, learning to listen to time, to accept that each moment has its own rhythm that cannot be forced. And when you learn to wait without suffering, time itself begins to show you understandings you could not access before. Many believe that patience is passivity, when in reality it is a higher form of action. It is moving with serenity, trusting the process, and allowing the pieces to take their place in the most harmonious and precise way. If you observe carefully the story of great transformations, you will see that none of them was born from haste. They were all forged in the steady calm of those who know how to wait without stopping their progress. It is like a journey where there is no need to accelerate in order to arrive, because you already have the certainty that the destination is yours, and you only need to keep going with a firm step and inner serenity. And in the midst of that journey, discipline appears the other side of the same coin. What good is waiting if you cannot sustain yourself along the way? Discipline is not the rigidity many fear, nor a chain that chokes you. It is in fact the opposite. It is the key that frees you from impulses that keep you tied down. When you choose discipline, you are not suffocating your freedom, you are reclaiming it. It is understanding that each choice made consciously is a brick that holds up the temple of your life, that each small gesture counts, that perseverance surpasses those bursts of enthusiasm that fade quickly. Discipline gathers scattered habits and turns them into solid foundations, transforming vague dreams into tangible realities. It is not an external imposition. It is a deep pact with yourself, a commitment of respect toward the destiny that belongs to you. One who disciplines themselves does not shrink their life. They expand it because they stop being trapped by the currents of immediate desire and instead are guided by a clear vision of what they want to create. And if you look closely, you will notice that both patience and discipline operate on the same invisible plane. Both train you to trust, to hold steady, to endure. One teaches you to wait in serenity, the other to act with consistency. When they come together, they generate a silent force that allows everything to bloom at exactly the right moment and with deep roots. Perseverance is that silent fire that does not boast, yet never goes out. It is like a river that over time wears down the hardest rock, not through exaggerated force, but through the constancy of its flow. And within that continuity lies a truth that many do not perceive. Life often yields before the determination of a heart that refuses to give up. Each fall, instead of being a defeat, becomes a reminder that you are still moving, that the journey is still open, and that the door is still there awaiting one more attempt. That is the essence of perseverance, the subtle key that transforms the impossible into possible. And precisely when you feel that your strength is exhausted, that same persistence is what pushes you to take one more step to challenge the edges of your limit and to allow life to bow before your determination. At the core of that silent struggle, another equally essential force is born serenity. Because persisting without calm can turn into a draining fight, while serenity gives you the clarity to see even in the midst of the storm. To remain calm does not mean being cold or denying what you feel. It means choosing not to let chaos drag you away. It is a subtle, quiet, and deep force that turns whoever cultivates it into a lighthouse for others. Imagine someone who, faced with a crisis, instead of raising their voice or losing control, breathes, observes, and acts with firmness. That person becomes a point of support, a light that shows the way when everything seems shadowed. Serenity is that energy capable of transforming fear into trust and disorder into meaning. And it does not arrive by chance, but through conscious training of the mind and spirit. It is a constant reminder that although you cannot control the waves of life, you can always decide how to hold the helm, and in doing so, you inspire, guide, and accompany not only your own journey, but also that of those who walk beside you. Now I want to go even deeper into this matter, because perseverance and serenity are not isolated traits. They form part of a broader tapestry that supports inner transformation and opens the door to a way of living in which decisions are born from clarity and not from impulsive reaction. Humility is one of those virtues that at first glance seems discreet, yet ends up making the difference in life's key moments. It is often confused with weakness, as though bowing your head were a sign of surrender or lack of character, when in fact the opposite is true. It is the capacity to see truth as it is to accept that the universe does not revolve around us and that there is always something new to learn. A humble person does not need to raise their voice to be heard, nor display strength to prove their worth, because they understand that true growth is born from inner silence and a willingness to learn, even from what others judge as small or insignificant. That way of being in life opens doors that pride quietly closes without our noticing. Think of how many opportunities are missed by those who believe they already know everything, who never accept advice or open themselves to another point of view. The humble person, on the other hand, surrenders to the experience of learning without cease. They do not fear mistakes because they understand that each one is another step in their evolution. That way of thinking is like a key that opens hidden passages, bringing to light truths that only appear to those who dare to look beyond their own ego. And if you contemplate this calmly, you will see that this virtue not only transforms the way we move forward, but also determines the quality of the bonds we create. Who does not feel inspired or at peace beside someone who truly listens, who does not boast about what they know, and who values even the simplest details? That kind of presence generates trust, and trust is the fertile soil where the most authentic and lasting relationships are born. Now then, alongside humility walks another force capable of transforming not only our inner world, but also our surroundings: gratitude. Giving thanks is not mere formality or an empty gesture of politeness. It is much more than saying an automatic thank you. It is a profound act that plants seeds of prosperity in the mind and heart. When you choose to be grateful for what already exists in your life, even if it seems small, you transform the way you look at the world. And when you decide to give thanks also for what has not yet arrived, as if it were already a reality, you align yourself with an invisible force that prepares the space so that what you desire can become visible. It is as if the universe, upon receiving your gratitude in advance, arranged itself eagerly to bring you what your inner being already recognizes as part of your destiny. Gratitude completely changes how we interpret every experience. A difficult day stops feeling like punishment and begins to reveal itself as a precious lesson. A loss ceases to be an endless void and becomes an opportunity to discover new dimensions of our own being. Even what we call obstacles starts to appear as indispensable pieces of a larger puzzle. To give thanks is to learn to trust that even though we cannot see the whole map, each step has meaning in the journey of our inner transformation. And in that daily practice, something begins to shift. The mind stops focusing on what is missing and starts to recognize abundance not as a distant theory, but as a reality that has always been present. Some believe that gratitude means resignation, but in truth, it is the first act of genuine greatness. Gratitude does not mean staying still. It means recognizing that each moment, even the most challenging, carries a spark of revelation that can transform your life if you choose to see it. And when this way of contemplating existence intertwines with humility, the effect is profoundly powerful. A heart emerges that is not afraid to learn and that at the same time beats in rhythm with an abundance that manifests in unexpected ways. That union is what turns people into true beacons of light, able to inspire others, not with empty speeches, but with the coherence of their life and the serenity of their gaze. Now, I want to go even deeper into this topic because behind these virtues are hidden truths about how we shape our reality and the silent impact our attitudes have on our environment. And before we continue opening these understandings, silence the space many fear and few honor becomes a teacher when you decide to truly listen to it. It is not about fleeing the world or locking yourself in a bubble, but about allowing the external noise to quiet down enough for what is truly essential to reveal itself. What is striking is that as you allow silence to envelop you, you begin to notice that you were never really lost. You only needed to turn down the volume of the outside so you could remember what had always been alive within you. That silent pause is not absence, but a space full of revelations. It is as if behind the curtain of your thoughts there were always a stage ready to show you the hidden truth you have longed for. From that space arises introspection, the courage to turn inward even when it hurts or feels uncomfortable, because looking within is more than a mental exercise. It is an act of courage, a conscious decision to encounter yourself as you are without masks, excuses, or adornments. And when you give yourself that permission, you recognize the root of everything you live on the outside. You understand that the battles you face externally are nothing more than reflections of the movements taking place inside you. Your relationships, your achievements, and even your challenges appear as mirrors of what inhabits your inner world. Introspection then becomes like opening a door to a world full of backstage areas we rarely show. It is a journey into the corners of mind and heart, where both wounds and treasures are hidden. And although many fear what they might find there, whoever dares to cross that threshold discovers deep truths capable of illuminating their outer path with surprising clarity. And it is precisely there that true transformation begins to take shape. Truth, when it presents itself naked before us, often makes us uncomfortable, shakes us, or even hurts. But at the same time, it gives us a gift that nothing and no one else can offer: authentic freedom. Living behind disguises or maintaining masks just to fit in is like walking while dragging invisible chains that keep you from moving forward. We exhaust ourselves trying to uphold appearances, justifying choices that deep down we know are not faithful to what we truly feel. And though truth may wound at the very moment it reveals itself, that same impact opens the door to a lighter life without extra weight and without fear that what is hidden will come to light. It is like crossing a threshold where clarity replaces confusion, and with it the energy that was once used to hide becomes available for creating, loving, and moving on. Many times we do not live in truth, not because we do not know it, but because we fear its consequences. However, the surprising thing is that when we finally embrace it, we discover that what seemed unbearable becomes manageable, and that fear was greater than reality. It is a path of transformation in which each revelation becomes an act of bravery, a choice that reminds you that your soul did not come to sustain falsehoods, but to expand in coherence. And when you manage to take that step, even the way you relate to time changes. You begin to see that each moment is not simply something that passes, but a sacred resource that deserves your full presence. Time stops feeling like something you just spend and becomes something you invest. Every choice, no matter how small it may seem, becomes a seed you plant in the fertile soil of your own destiny. If that investment is directed toward distractions that do not nourish you, the fruits you will eventually harvest will inevitably be bitter. But if you choose to invest it in actions, thoughts, and relationships that build you, the harvest, sooner or later, will be abundant. And here a subtle truth emerges that few want to admit. Time does not forgive unconsciousness, but it always honors clarity. What you decide today with presence and awareness becomes the architecture of your tomorrow, the image you will later see before you. This way of looking at things completely transforms your relationship with hours and days. You begin to ask yourself whether what you are doing truly aligns with what you want to sow, whether the pace you keep is in harmony with the future you wish to create. you stop saying that you are wasting time and start honoring it, treating it as the most valuable treasure you have, because you understand that nothing material can compare with a minute lived in coherence and full awareness. Every second becomes a unique opportunity that once gone does not return, and precisely there lies both its beauty and its challenge. In the irreversibility of time, its transforming power also resides. And I want to go even deeper into this aspect, because if time is a seed, then the way we inhabit each instant defines not only what we will harvest tomorrow, but also the quality of our present. You can inwardly adopt the phrase, "I choose to live in coherence," as a silent commitment to yourself. Resilience is that silent strength that appears precisely when everything seems to be breaking. It does not keep life from shaking you or pain from arriving, but it gives you the ability to stand up even when the wounds are still open. It is like that tree that bends under the force of the storm, leaning until it almost touches the ground. But when the wind calms, it rises again with deeper roots and renewed firmness. Resilience is also understanding that even when you feel the world is trying to tear you out by the roots, there is always the possibility of getting up again, not the same as before, but transformed with more depth and a new vision of what you are capable of holding. Along that journey, you discover that what matters is not coming out without scars, but keeping alive the will to go on, because life will not stop testing your inner strength. When this becomes clear, each fall stops looking like an ending and becomes a bridge toward a stronger version of you. And along with this, another essential piece appears: confidence in yourself. Believing in yourself is not an act of arrogance. It is the foundation on which every inner construction is built. No one can give you that certainty as a gift. You may receive encouragement and words of support, but everything shakes if inside there is no faith in your own abilities. Self-confidence is what distinguishes the one who speaks with doubt from the one who speaks with assurance, the one who moves forward fearing a fall from the one who walks, knowing that even if they stumble, they will be able to stand up again. It is like an invisible mirror. What you radiate outward is exactly what the world ends up returning to you. When you transmit confidence in who you are and what you know how to do, people begin to relate to you with the same respect and trust that you cultivate within yourself. That certainty becomes a magnet, and almost without noticing, paths you once perceived as closed start to open because life responds to the energy you project. And if that energy rests on the conviction of your own worth, everything around you begins to arrange itself to confirm it. I want to go even deeper into this point because behind resilience and self-confidence, there is a hidden truth. They are not just qualities you either have or don't have. They are choices you make and practice day after day. Choose to learn how to bend without breaking. Choose to keep trusting even when you do not have all the answers, and you will see how transformation starts to gestate in silence behind the scenes of your life. You can make this affirmation your own. I choose to trust myself as an intimate decree you hold in your heart. Imagine just for a moment that in the midst of noise and uncertainty, you decide to stop and breathe, not only to regain strength, but to remember that you do not walk alone. That pause becomes an invisible bridge toward the divine, a silent presence that has always been there waiting for you to lift your gaze and recognize it. Now, trusting in the divine does not mean remaining still, waiting for everything to resolve itself without your involvement, but understanding that each of your actions is strengthened when it aligns with that force. This is where sacrifice comes into play, a word many look at with fear because they associate it with loss or lack. But the true meaning of sacrifice is not found in what you leave behind, but in what you allow to be born from that conscious act of surrender. Letting go of a comfort, an old habit, or even an immediate desire is opening space for something deeper and more lasting. Sacrifice is in essence a declaration of how much you are willing to offer for what you claim to long for. It is like a seed. If it does not break open in the earth, it can never bear fruit. In the same way, every renunciation you make along your path becomes a silent investment that time transforms into growth strength and a version of you that is more whole and authentic. Sacrifice, far from being loss, is a commitment to the future you desire, a clear sign to the universe that you are serious when you say you want to change. And within that gesture, another silent truth is revealed. Nothing truly valuable arrives without your being willing to leave something behind, whether it is comfort, fear, or the need to control everything. The mark of that choice is seen not only in what you achieve, but also in your way of thinking, because you discover within yourself a strength and determination you did not know you had. And that discovery changes the way you move forward, because you no longer walk with guilt, but honoring the profound meaning of what you chose to release. Now, I want to go a little deeper into this topic, because behind connection with the divine and sacrifice, there is another key that sustains every true transformation: the ability to recognize that each step, even the hardest, is part of a journey, guided by invisible backdrops that move the threads of your destiny. It is on that hidden stage that the understandings are woven, which later with time will make sense to you. When you perceive the real power of mental clarity, something shifts deeply inside you, because a confused mind is like a room filled with smoke. You cannot see what is in front of you. You stumble over what is obvious, and you get lost among details that do not matter. By contrast, when that inner smoke dissipates, when you manage to calm yourself and find silence within everything starts to appear more clearly. Things gain defined contours, and what once seemed like a conflict with no exit reveals itself as a clear path. A clear mind becomes a lamp that illuminates every decision and keeps you from continuing on in the dark. And the most revealing part is that it is not about denying your emotions, but organizing them, refusing to let them drag you along like an overflowing current. Because misdirected emotions darken your vision, but when they are aligned, they propel and strengthen you. There lies the key. It is not about turning cold, but about learning how to turn on the light when you feel darkness trying to settle inside you. That clarity is what turns every choice into a firm step, into a decision with meaning, into one more piece of the puzzle that leads you toward your destiny. And as you move through that process, you discover that life is not defined by the number of decisions you make, but by the depth and quality of each one. Mental clarity acts like a filter that separates what is authentic from what is illusory, what is truly important from what is merely decorative. In a world full of noise, distractions, and other people's voices, cultivating that lucidity becomes an act of quiet rebellion, a way of taking back the reins of your own story. However, even with clarity, there is something still deeper that defines who you really are, your character. The mind lights the way, but character is what holds your steps when the storms arrive. Character is not forged in comfortable moments when everything seems to fall into place effortlessly, but in those periods when life shakes you with trials you never imagined. It is in those moments that your essence shows itself as it is, when you can no longer hide behind speeches or appearances, because difficulties tear off masks and expose what truly lives inside you. The strength of character is a hidden flame that is not extinguished by the winds of adversity. It is like the root that holds the tree when hurricanes try to tear it down. And the most interesting thing is that it is not about having a rigid, inflexible way of being, but about sustaining deep convictions, those that are not negotiated, not betrayed, and not diluted, even when everything around you seems on the verge of collapse. Your character is your calling card. Before the invisible, before those forces you cannot see, but that again and again test your ability to stand firm. And every time you choose to remain standing, even when it hurts and seems difficult, you reinforce that inner structure that holds your whole life. One who has solid character can lose everything and still rise again, because their value does not rest on what they possess, but on who they are. Seen this way, life ceases to be a comfortable place and becomes a workshop where each experience, each fall, and each achievement shapes, polishes, and forges you until you become someone who does not break easily. And it is at that point that inner change begins to show the depth of its impact. Inspiration has something mysterious, almost sacred, because it is not just a pleasant thought or a fleeting idea that flashes on and off like a spark, but a flame that awakens forces that were asleep within you. A single moment of true inspiration is enough to mobilize energies you thought were exhausted, to push you to take steps you would once have considered impossible, and to transform situations that seemed condemned to remain stuck. This kind of inspiration does not arise from pressure or obligation. It arrives when you finally align yourself with what truly resonates with your essence. It is as if suddenly the weight of the world became lighter on your shoulders, and an inner light showed you the path you had been trying to find in the midst of the noise. Genuine inspiration can tear down invisible barriers, shake ways of thinking that were narrowing your vision, and open access to a field of possibilities that had remained hidden. And it does not always show up through great speeches or extraordinary feats. Sometimes it appears in a simple phrase, in a gesture, in a moment of silence that touches you so deeply that it changes your direction. It is as if life itself whispered to you, "Keep going this way, you are on the right path." And after that awakening comes the power of total surrender. True surrender is not just offering your time or your energy. It is allowing every part of you to fully participate in what you do without holding back, without hidden calculations. It is no longer dividing yourself between what you do and what you desire, but becoming a single force, oriented toward a purpose that gives meaning to your existence. Giving everything is not synonymous with exhausting yourself. On the contrary, it is entering a state in which you discover that there is always something more inside you, because in that surrender, you find a bottomless source of life and renewal. When you work, create, love, or fight, from that total surrender, each gesture becomes an experience of fullness, because you are no longer chasing something outside of you, but allowing what is most authentic in your being to express itself. That intense, conscious way of living with purpose transforms routine into a deep journey where each moment becomes a stage on which your truth reveals itself without disguises. And the wonderful thing is that when you give yourself in this way, life seems to respond with clear signs as if it recognized your dedication and made sure to open more doors than you had imagined. Then you discover that fulfillment does not lie in accumulating more, but in offering everything from a clean, genuine intention. Total surrender becomes the key that allows you to look at your past without regret, because you know you did not hold anything back, that you walked with the courage of someone who gave themselves completely without fear. And it is in that experience that inspiration and surrender unite in a single current that lifts you, propels you, and invites you to live without reserve, with the certainty that every step, no matter how small it seems, carries deep weight in the way your story is written. Now, I want to go even deeper into this topic because behind inspiration and surrender, there is a silent movement that is linked to the root of your character, to that invisible force that sustains you in each process of change. Faith, beyond any religious definition, is that quiet impulse that keeps you standing when you have no clear proof that everything will turn out well. It is like walking on ground that is not yet formed, and even so trusting that it will appear under your feet with each step you decide to take. Faith does not feed on evidence or guarantees, but on conviction, on that inner strength that whispers that what you imagine already has a place reserved for you, even if your eyes still cannot see it. It is like looking at a horizon covered in mist and continuing forward with the certainty that beyond that haze, there is a path. The special thing is that when you decide to move from that faith, your way of thinking expands and your way of seeing reality is renewed. Obstacles cease to be insurmountable walls and begin to appear as steps that support your growth. This quiet assurance has the power to open doors you believed were closed forever, and to create connections you would never have considered possible. Faith is an act of surrender, but it is also an act of power, because only those who dare to trust fully in what is not yet visible are capable of giving it form and bringing it into reality. It is as if you carried within you a secret map that only reveals itself as you move forward decisively, step by step, without retreating. And in the middle of that process, you discover that what truly mattered was not the destination itself, but the inner strength that was being born and growing within you. Faith takes what is uncertain and makes it possible, transforms what seemed impossible into something attainable, and brings closer to the present what looked distant. Each time you choose to trust, instead of giving up, a silent transformation takes place that prepares your soul for something greater. And that is when the final metamorphosis arises, one that does not need fireworks to be noticed, but that can be recognized in the deep calm of knowing that you are no longer the same person who began this path. You carry within you the imprint of each step, the lesson of each fall, and the light you lit in the moments of darkness. That transformation shows itself as the deepest understanding. You discover that it was not about accumulating external victories, but about awakening the strength that had been asleep inside you. Now you are no longer the same, not because the world has completely changed, but because your gaze is different, wider, more awake, more luminous. That journey that at the beginning seemed only external becomes a mirror of your own inner self, reminding you that the true victory was within you from the very beginning. It is as if you had gone through a dark tunnel only to discover that the flashlight had always been in your hand, waiting for you to decide to turn it on. The final transformation is not an ending point, but an open door. When you rediscover yourself in all your strength, the ability to light the path of others also awakens in you. Your story is no longer just yours. It becomes a spark that inspires a silent guide that touches lives you may never come to know. The fullness of this transformation does not lie in arriving at a fixed place, but in recognizing that every step, every choice, and every hidden truth you uncovered were shaping this renewed being you are today. And as you embrace that strength, you understand that the journey does not end, that there are still deeper layers to explore, dimensions of your being waiting to be revealed. Now, I want to go even further into this topic, because when we talk about transformation, we are not referring only to an inner change, but also to the way this renewed version of you begins to influence the world around you, transforming relationships, decisions, and even the overall course of your life. You have come with me to this point, and that already says a lot about you, because not everyone remains until the end of a journey like this. If you felt that these words brought you clarity or gave you something to reflect on, you can take it as an invitation to keep walking along this path of transformation and inner discovery. Perhaps you want to affirm in your heart, "I am with you until the end," as an echo of what resonated in you. And if this content touched something inside you, a simple gesture is enough to recognize that the connection happened, that something within you answered. Do not stop here, because everything we have traveled together is only one fragment. There is more to explore, more understandings that will continue to unfold.